Evans and order you turkey dinner from Bob Evans.
It's over. All right, we're online. It's Friday at John's. I tried to paint yesterday, but it drizzled all day, so that's why I worked on the baby cobras. And the plan for today is to get the nose checkerboards on and maybe the invasion stripes. Can't set my sights too high.
Nah, you always do.
So, I guess
What's
we'll get a
the
little.
tape on the wingtip?
What?
What's the tape on the wingtip?
Here?
Yeah.
Invasion stripe. The invasion stripe comes,
Oh, that's your marking.
that blocks it out. Yeah, that's the outside of the invasion stripe, that's the inside.
This is an inspection hatch, ammo box or something.
This?
Yeah.
It's this.
Oh yeah.
You can't paint over the
Yeah, that's true.
rondelle.
You're always on the top of everything. I saw Bad Chad using Windex the other day.
Imagine that. I saw Bad Chad cut a hole in his frame to run the exhaust pipe through. Not smart. But he's the professional. It's Friday!
He's got a good following.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, if we were doing cars, we'd have a good following too.
Yeah, there's a lot more people into cars than there are airplanes.
Yeah.
Now that they put an airplane in every two airplanes in every driveway, you see a whole different ballgame going on.
You want to let this down?
Yeah. Yep. As soon as you get ready,
Tripod.
we'll lower it the rest of the way down here.
I'm ready.
You got your paint mix and all that? We got
Yep.
enough heat?
Probably not enough heat.
Better get warmed up in here a little bit.
Now we're gonna have some noise here for a second, again. It's 36 degrees out.
If somebody wants to come in and put in gas heat.
All right. Yeah, I figured that when the checks get to here, that's when they really start to taper. But I figure they'll stay fairly straight going down the sides. I'll have to adjust.
Let's say we got 4 up across there, 3 or 4.
There's inching 400,000. What I did was I measured it around the big side, and then I divided it by 17. Because it's 17 and 3/4 inches around.
Around back there, so up there you'd be 16 and 5/8 or something like that. You're talking like a 16th of an inch. It's probably some minuscule fraction. That's the only way you can do it though. Just this one edge right here that meets little bit, then taper back around.
This job is gonna be, that looks about right. I mean, I doubt that I get that line perfect better.
Yeah.
But I gotta get it painted white first. We need to think about laying it out. Paint this, I can't take that off. I gotta paint it black. And then do the abatement, right? Otherwise, I'd have to take the whole airplane out.
This is really good for me, right? At least it's not red.
Yeah. Red, I'd have to take the whole airplane out.
It'd be nice if we just made some damn.
Yeah, we can do that.
Out of paper. My hand's like Dale, but mine is the elevators.
Just so little paint gonna go on this, it's not gonna hurt nothing.
Yeah, I know, it makes it easy.
That'd be fine.
Watch the direction of your shoe.
Happy Thanksgiving. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, Kevin, you bet. Brandon morning. What do you think of this prop? This prop turned out pretty good. Did Dan lay up another one?
And it's got PVA and a DVA in it. That's it.
Pretty nice prop.
It's as good as any out there, if not better. Or even the first one, even the dog he has for protection.
The other one's got some big holes in it. But he said he could fix it. So we're gonna use that other one as a mock-up. We're gonna farther.
Right, it probably three-fourths of them off, let me shut down 11 at that point, and then this prop's more than serviceable, just the way it is. I've got some in my collection that are 10 times worse than this, and that's how I fall.
You know,
This is still used a little bit of work.
this thing, this was we get everything in one spot. The only thing I worry about having something in one spot, maybe one grab it and all the
Look at this, this thing's a machinist.
cheat.
Look at their thing, what's on the thread?
And then go to the dump. All right, so
Sell it down at some construction site, $25. That's good, don't let it all the way down. Just a little.
all right, we're ready.
You're gonna use that little compressor?
Yep. Less noise. Doesn't take much to power this airbrush. This little detail here with these checks will really make this nose pop. Really shows. Didn't understand it real well. But it'll hide with the check and the clear. Turn it over. Take 2 coats. Let's see what the boys have to say. 15 and 5. Hit that like button. Good morning, Alex. Good morning, Rico. Scotland. I'm gonna fix this today too. I'm not gonna wait till the end to fix all the pull-ups. I'm gonna fix them as we go. I got a plan.
Yeah. Just gonna stick one of these on each end of this.
There you go. Ain't gonna do nothing.
Probably not, but
If it was red, yeah, we'd be having a blanket over the thing. And a blanket wouldn't help.
no.
Well, I think that's it for the white. I don't think we need the second coat after doing the sides there. We'll see in a minute here. To be honest with you, it's close enough. I'm kind of upset that it came out so heavy, but we're going to finish it.
Hey, we need to fly to San Francisco. I need a Louis Vuitton purse.
Did you get your Rittenhouse Christmas list looting Christmas list going?
I said, I need to fly to San Francisco so I can get a Louis Vuitton purse.
Yeah. They had their looting list all made up.
Yeah, handbags. That's what they hit on the last, and they're doing it right now, this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
I always thought the robbing places was against the law.
Want to keep it under 1,000. Of course, you aren't gonna get anything Louis Vuitton for.
Under 1,000?
Mhm.
Well, let's go, Brandon. I think it's going to come to a head here shortly.
God, I've been hoping that forever and ever, but still waiting.
And when it hits the fan, they ain't going to be happy.
They aren't happy anyway.
Anti-Christmas, anti-Thanksgiving, anti-everything. These people are so unhappy. Fucking go somewhere else.
Yeah, move back to Africa.
Well, they're also pro-China. They can move there.
Yeah, move to China.
All the NBA guys can do that as far as I'm concerned, except that Celtics player.
Can't see that line, can you?
Well, you got these to go by.
You can kind of see it.
You can re-pencil it in. It dries enough.
I think one more coat. If you look at it, I didn't get it quite sanded. But it'll hide with the checks. It'll draw your eye away from that.
Yeah. It's amazing what a few of these lines in different colors separations will do.
Black Friday deal. Black Friday deal. Yeah. Take all of them. Ugh. Excuse me.
We are online.
Fine thing.
Yeah.
Do I have any airplanes that I'll sell? Everything's for sale. Make me an offer. But you won't like the prices that I get for them.
Yeah. I was getting the pads for the chairs and stuff. Except I can't get them all at once. It's too cold. And the ties are all.
I get pretty big money as compared to others for my airplane. I think the last one I sold, the guy's passed away. I think it was 2,500 or 3,000. I can't remember which. Somebody's willing to pay the price I'm willing to sell. If you think about how much work that goes into them, that's really cheap.
Well, nobody wants to do it themselves. A lot of work.
Figure 400 hours minimum, divide by 2,000 is $5 an hour. Is that right?
Yeah, you're probably right. Even if it isn't right, you're probably right. That's about all anybody wants to pay. So everything's made in China.
Okay. Need to go out and get that prop. While this is drying, I'll work on that prop. The 4-blade.
Okay.
Took you 3 years to build. See, I need to show you my chipmunks paint job. How can I get it to you? Email it to me. Go on Stunt Hire, get my email address and
Mine.
send me it via email.
Post it online, let everybody see it.
Yeah, post it on Stunt Hire, let everybody see it.
Into my one pot powder.
Well, humidity's up. You can see this, the blush in this white. Like chalk.
Not showing it. Got much in there.
Got lots of thinner in it. Close enough. So what I need to do is I need a bottle of shit thinner.
I put the fan in there. And take it downstairs. There's no point leaving it out here with the.
Okay. All that for just that. But what am I gonna do?
Shouldn't have named it painting, they should have named it taping.
Yeah. All that for just that. Let's see. I got a little brushing somewhere. There we are. You got smaller brushes than mine, though. Okay. Where is your little bottle brush for cleaning these things?
Hanging on one of the doors there, sort of hidden with all them other wires and stuff.
There. Can't find it. Is it in a tub or something?
Hanging on the door, right there on the outside.
Oh, any closer to bit me? Guess I can do the gray. Do the gray airbrushing now. The touch up. Not much for excitement, but you're getting to see it, how I do it anyway. All right. That's the thinner. Okay, we'll turn it over. And I'll fix that spot on the razor back. I could do the flaps. I guess I could do the flaps here. We had 7 likes or 8 likes, and now we only got 7. What, somebody dislike it? Okay, whatever. Good luck. It doesn't matter. Okay, I had a small screw up here on their lightning bolt where the tape pulled up. Some paint. In order to fix that, we'll just take a piece of masking tape here. You got any 600 out there on the bench, John? 1200, 600, something fine. Just knock off the edge here.
What some use pieces, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, there might be something in there maybe.
Yeah, I should have brought I guess I could put my sandpaper in that box too. Or some sandpaper.
400.
Well, that'll work. Of course, 400 is pretty rough.
Here's some real fine stuff.
Yeah, I just need to knock off the edge. And do this half a time board side.
So 2 coats.
Yeah.
You know, it's only showing about 40% humidity. Which I can't believe it's blushing. Unless it's just going on dry.
Looks blush to me, doesn't it to you?
Well, sort of, but
It doesn't matter.
it's still got a gloss to it, and I'm not seeing it when I candle it. So it looks a little flat, it won't hurt anything. If it's flat or if it isn't. Not at this stage of the ball game.
Only if it was clear would it matter.
That happened right on that damn line, didn't it?
That was blue tape that peeled it up.
Stuff's pretty tenacious.
It'll be nothing. Never see it.
I'm curious about how this new tape is gonna end up.
Yeah, well. We'll know here in a little bit.
Yeah. That right there is where that time paintbrush shines.
Better make another coat, sand it, another coat.
Well, that's all right. But you can pinpoint and you can control how much you're putting out, you know, whereas the one I got, I can't do that with it. It just shoots whatever. I can narrow it down, but it's sort of a pain in the butt because you got to keep screwing that tip in and
9 and 19 watchers. Hit that like button. I like the tips you give. It actually saves the headaches. Yep. Hey, Don.
Mr. Maine.
No. That's Don Fanning.
I'm fanning. My main's been watching a little bit too.
Actually,
I
that
mean,
was,
you're gonna get green on there anyway, aren't you? To
No.
get green up there?
no,
I thought you were gonna.
I
do
was
that
going
gold.
to, but no. Then I'd have to backmask this yellow thing. That's just gonna go green to the. I was thinking green, separate the green at the canopy right here, and then paint the frame silver.
It could have left an 1/8 inch gray line down there too to separate the green from the yellow. That'd been easy.
It'll be fine. I think this might be dirt. I might be putting dirt into the paint, because if you look at this, it looks like you sand rust with it.
You probably overspray from in here. Piece laying there on the floor that does have dirt and stuff in it.
Put that back in the corner. Down.
That's a sanding block.
300, let me see it.
That's 3,000
That's
grit.
good, that's good.
Well, it's my wet sand. That's one of them $25 pieces of sandpaper. Oh, there's some good stuff.
Oh, yeah. Bad Chad will sand it with that.
I just took all my sandpaper downstairs and got tired of running them up. Oh, here's a piece of 1,200.
There we go.
And that's even got, rub it on your pants leg first. Walked out here yesterday and that lid on that gallon can of thinner, 5-gallon can of thinner down there was off of it for a week. Thought it smelled like soap in here. That thing, the whole holiday time, that thing has not quit.
I might have to hit this with some DC 540, because it just keeps getting darker instead of lighter. It's weird.
Yeah, well, see, and we got so much paint on there.
It's only that spot that's getting it. I got a little DC 540 in the can over here, I think still. It'll fix it up.
Pretty scary.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Gets scarier all the time.
I need a piece of paper about 8 long to hide this rondelle. I can't control the DC as good as I can the airbrush.
Ain't big enough, let me know. That's another thing.
Move that way. That's some magic stuff there. I love it. Oh, God. And they screwed it up.
You know, I went to Harbor Freight. I tried to find some of their brand primer. They're all out. Both places, north and south.
Yeah. They're replacing it with shit that doesn't work.
They had some off-the-shelf stuff that was two different brands. There's three brands I think they carry in there. One of them is their brand, and then one of them is like HTP automotive brand, you know, high temperature or something or another, high build primer and stuff, but it wasn't their brand.
Well, that's just like Sherman-Williams was the maker of DC 540, but you could only get it at Napa.
Yeah. Well, probably some kind of proprietary thing for Napa.
Montana Pharma, good morning.
I'll fire the heater up out here a little bit.
Okay.
Not helping there much, but I'll be warm out here.
Yeah. We can fix the bottom of it, let the heat in. Yeah, DC 540 was magic stuff. Chad ain't got nothing on me. Glad to see See what he's doing here? Putting it on his shirt. That takes some of the stickum off of it.
I only have left just a little bit big, but it's just a temporary. Cause that spray hits here and it can act like a swirl and come over here and just maybe touch that yellow and then I can't even see it. But just a safeguard.
It's a black line on it anyway, so that'll draw your eye.
One thing bad about repairs is getting that feather out, getting it to look right. I had one of my airplanes down there that I had it so thin on white that every time I touched up a white spot, it looked completely different because it built up more paint and then it got darker and it got opaque. And it came to the point I ended up having to paint the whole damn panel for a little thing like that because it looked so bad. Once it was on there as a whole panel, it didn't look, couldn't tell. I have to carton this off because it's still rough.
Now, we gotta work on this. I guess I can take it off.
What's that?
Yeah. The paint. Hold up.
There's the problem right there that we have the worst problems at. It's a prime example. The thin edges here, the trailing edge of the wing, trailing leading edge of the flaps, stab, and elevators, in between them and trailing edge of the elevators is where we get most of our pull-ups.
Right here. You see that? Right there? That's from the tape pulling it up.
We've determined through whatever is that we're not getting the paint on wet enough along this edge. And it's not soaking down in there, it's sort of just laying on the top and drying. So it's not getting the chemical bond to the layers below it. And we think that we're pretty sure that that's the reason why we're getting pull-ups on all these trailing edges and stuff.
So the fix for that, I got one there, but I'm not gonna worry about it.
That's in the, you can just paint.
It's on the bottom side anyway. Anyway, the fix for this is going to be to take a paintbrush when you're putting on the clear dope and floating the dope on the trailing edge, 3 coats, 100%.
Get it, that way I think you get it on wet enough.
So the fix for this is going to be just take some 1200 here and feather this out. I'm going to live bravely and put yellow tape around it, tape it off, spot it with DC 540. DC 540 has xylene in it, and it will penetrate the wood. Xylene's a super hot thinner.
And the paint and everything else. Yeah, it sticks good.
It's good. They took it away from us.
Because it works.
Yeah, because it worked. So make sure you get some of the sticky off of this. And we'll go around this and see if we can't take this off. Now, I have had airplanes where you have to repair the repair. And that's frustrating. It's so frustrating.
Or you fix a spot and it tears off right next to it.
Right, and then you're fixing back and forth, back and forth.
It can be irritating.
Hold that. I don't want any more tape on it than I absolutely have to.
Yeah. Your spot's out here.
No. No, it ain't.
Right there, isn't it?
No, that's not what I'm working on. I'm working on the trailing edge.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the one that up in it. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, that's one thing about this channel. It's live. I'll show you the mistakes and how to get out of them. Where most channels, they cut out the mistakes and you don't know how to fix them.
They added all that junk out. Yeah, well, we can't look like we never make a mistake here, you know. This is what happens. Everybody does this. I don't care who you are. How many people are building an airplane that has zero repairs or zero anything? I bet you not too many. And if you did it, it's once or twice.
So I hit it with DC 540 with the xylene in it. It penetrated the paint that the repair is like that. And then I'm going to hit it with another coat and then hit it with the sandpaper. And then airbrush.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to sort of build up the depression left from the paint missing.
So there now is the repair. You can see right there where it is. We'll let this flash off. That's another nice thing about DC 540. Because it had the xylene in it, the xylene is a super hot thinner that dries super quick. I mean, I'll be sanding this in 2 or 3 minutes. It's already flashed. I can see that it went flat. And you will not be able to see that repair if all goes well. The same thing with there. I repaired it right there. You can't see that.
Right here, I can't see it right here. My lighting's not the best in here, but the only thing I see is it's a little duller than here and here, but that's just...
This has clear on it.
Yeah, that's nothing. That doesn't mean a thing. It's the same color. Doesn't go from dark to light or light to dark to light or...
Okay, so now we'll just take this sandpaper here.
These darker colors are a lot easier to repair too. When you start getting into bright yellows and bright reds that are sort of translucent, that can be a wicked problem repairing them because you can't just spray and touch up on that little spot because it'll always be darker. Well, I have to go through and reprime the whole thing from the base. If you start off with a base of white, then you got to repaint that whole area in white.
I didn't think this stuff would repair that easy because it's metallic.
Yeah.
But it looks like it. works good.
It's not real metallic though.
No, it's not real metallic, it's fake metallic. Okay, so if you look at it, I showed you before, that spot is filled. You could do it with the green, but the green takes longer to dry. We're gonna have to get that can and start an experiment. Mix a gallon of that stuff.
No, that'd be about a quart out of that can, man.
There wouldn't even be, if we mixed a gallon, there'd be a quart out of there probably.
What would we say, I think weighed 12 pounds, 11 pounds or something like that?
13, I thought.
For 1 gallon of paint?
I wonder if I call Sherwin-Williams in Pennsylvania, if they'll give me the ratio of xylene to that.
Well, it's got more xylene in it, though, doesn't it? It's got toluene and xylene.
Well, that already has
and,
toluene in it.
I don't know that that's it. There's something to do with the type of fillers that they put in it too, that makes it swell up. It's like that Randy filler stuff, that zinc cerate. That stuff swells up too. You put one little spoonful in say a half a quart of fluid, and you can, if it's just say thinner, take straight thinner and put a half spoon in there, and you can watch that stuff sort of expand in there and fatten up, like all them little crystals are getting like little sponges and sort of swelling up.
But the bad thing about that zinc stearate is it feels oily.
Yeah, it does. I've had adhesion problems with that stuff in the past. Like no matter how many times I cleaned it, it's still, something was still there, you know. And I used degreaser and stuff and Windex and
It
cleaned
feels
it.
oily.
It's just, I don't know. It's supposed to be pure.
We did a good job here. We got inside the trailing edge taped off.
Yeah. Yeah, some guys don't do that, and it actually, you gotta do that. Like this line here, I did mine with checkerboards right down the center, but I'm thinking about still putting a boot on there just to turn that underneath the bottom a little bit further where you don't see that line.
Right. Unless you got some Cub yellow that matches this, I don't have enough paint to do those.
The de-icing boots,
Yeah,
you're gonna do them in yellow?
that's what they were on the other one.
You know, de-icing boots are only black.
Yeah.
They only here recently did they start, I think, making them in different colors, and then there's only like 2 colors or 3 colors that you can get them in, black, white, and gray or something like that.
But this squadron of Thunderbolts had a graphic artist as as the AMS. So that's
That poor guy, some colonel in that squadron is gonna get credit for all that stuff, and the guy that did it won't get any.
well, that's just like my paint jobs on their 14s. I got a week's leave. I got 2 weeks leave. One for the 1976 bicentennial airplane, and 1 week leave for VF 211. I designed them and painted them and got 1 week leave, and you know damn well that.
Some high up got all the credit for it.
Yeah, ooh, that's a really nice paint job. I didn't get a thank you.
Yeah, that happened. I put in a suggestion. They were burning their grass up out in Colorado. They'd water in the daytime when it was 90 degrees, and they've been wondering why the grass was always crunchy and burn up and everything. I said, well, the sun's going through that water, and it's reflecting, acting like little magnifying glasses in there and burning the grass up. I put in a suggestion in the suggestion box, and I never got anything back from it, but before long they were watering at night, not during the day. I'm going, yeah, who stole that one? Such is life as a military grunt. That little compressor's nice and quiet. I gotta say that for it.
It was $89. Of course, I got another one with the tank, but the tank don't fit.
We'll have to make an adapter plate for it. I think we got the technology somewhere. You got materials. Yeah. I got some machines that's capable of that.
Okay, I think, here, hold this. I think that's probably good enough. What do you think? It's not as shiny because there's no clear on it, but color match.
Yeah, it'll work. Color match is good.
15 and 15, that's the way I like to see it. Morning.
Yes, sir. Set them off to the side.
Untape.
You're gonna do that other one a little bit? Touch it with some primer or something?
Where?
On the inside. The hinge line.
I don't know. This is like...
Well, you're only gonna see it under full deflection or, you know, and you got the plane upside down, but...
I think I'll pass on that one. This is the killer right here.
Yeah, I don't think you got as much to worry about with that as you do with that plastic tape. For some reason, I don't know why that plastic tape's supposed to be low tack and all that stuff, but
Let's have some heat. It's cold in here. I guess I could try to just spot that in. I'm not going to sand it or prime it. I'll
take
just...
a paintbrush.
No, paintbrush, it looks repaired.
Yeah, but it's in the hinge line.
Yeah.
You don't see it. All you're trying to do is get some color on it.
I think I'll just tape a V and tape a V. No paper or nothing, just real small work. Try to get color on it. It'll work.
As long as you don't rip any more off taking that off.
Shut up.
Here we are, guys, dusting each other's butts. Got to start off bright and early at 9 o'clock in the morning.
That turned out perfect.
Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Yeah, you're right. I think I just put some.
Lighting up there.
I'm gonna do the same thing with that. Take a little toothbrush and some white paint. Just go dab, dab, dab. Just leave it.
Here, hold this. This is probably a mistake.
Don't stick it except right like that.
down there?
Yeah.
Start laying out the checks, I guess. This piano stand is handy.
You like that idea, Ed?
Yeah. Open. Perfect repair. Perfect.
I got 6 people in my family that's got COVID.
Really?
Yeah. They're all recuperating. And none of them went into the hospital. Well, one of them went into the hospital and didn't refuse all treatment. Back out of the hospital, now he's recuperating. He's almost pretty much recuperated.
Now they're talking about some other variant.
Oh, it'll never end. There'll always be something else.
That's what she is.
I don't know when you guys are outside, but it's 20 degrees outside, 25 degrees.
I don't know.
Feel outside. In here, we got about 72.
72. We're inside here for a minute. And once that's off, it'll
28 degrees outside. 40% humidity in here, which is really good. Considering we haven't had any snow or anything yet.
them repairs came out way better than I thought they would. Thank God for DC 540. You can't see that at all.
Can't see it now.
Not at all.
We got 5 thumbs up
5,
in one post.
16.
No. 5.
Oh.
From one guy.
That'll be fine. That's out mine.
If you have to card, by all means, let your plane dry for about a week before you go carding. Or if you don't, all these tape lines, you always build up thicker paint right where that carding leaves that flash at, and it stays wet longer. And you'll be carding along, you'll see, wow, I'm getting yellow in my gray or gray in my yellow or whatever color. And well, it's because of that little wet edge there. It stays wet longer.
Was thinking about this on the way over. I think I can ink those lines. Because, they're not
They're
really,
just straight lines, but
yeah. It's going to be hard when I get up there. Where the curve. Might have to paint those.
it's where all that flexible stuff at is that plywood and all the different things that we got for straight edges, flexible straight edges.
Is there a pencil up here and a ruler so I can get a line on this?
There's a pencil.
Where?
Right over here, I got my little plywood straight edges.
Now it's going to be another hour's worth of taping to try to get these checks on, and 30 seconds of painting, and it will be less than 30 seconds because it's black, and it'll be poof, done, and then untape. Yeah, it's good.
I took a piece of 64th inch plywood and I built up about 5 or 6 layers of masking tape cut in 1/4 inch strips on each edge of these, so they're set back about 1/8 inch.
And these are real nice because they're flexible and you can retree that edge up. Just take, at the beginning of the season, take a sanding block and sand that edge true again and use some 600 or real fine sandpaper and keep them smooth. And they work great but take your time when you cut them and make sure that you cut them straight and sand them good. It's hard to find a flexible, the plastic ones always seem like they're a little bit too stiff.
Hold the tail down.
They might dent or something.
Huh?
Yeah,
That's funny.
it'll blend right in. So I made one of them straight edges 3 feet or 30 inches long, and I made one about, I guess that was 18 or so inches long, a little more than a foot, and then this one a little more than 6 inches.
Now comes the fun part.
I'm glad you're putting them on and not me.
Yeah.
You bring plenty of them, didn't you?
Yeah. About 10 times more than needed. These up here will be easy and these down here will be easy, but when we flip it over, that's when it's gonna be hard. We'll have to probably cut them.
Well, you're only 2 squares here wide on each side, so. No, other side.
Man, they really want you.
I'm telling you, every 30 seconds, a minute, you get another phone call. Ridiculous.
I need a knife. I got it. It's already pulling down.
Well, yeah. These should have a taper cut on them. But because you're only 2, you can cheat it.
Mhm.
See, if you line that up, it'll throw the center line off.
Yeah, the center line is what has to be right.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
If you had one more checkerboard on there, it'd been impossible.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have been able to do that without paper. Well, I'd like to see how Palco did that P-51 Mustang of his. He had little teeny checkerboards about 1/4 inch square or 3/8 of an inch square. I think he masked all that out. This is not impossible to mask it. Just take 2 maskings. Lots of tape.
I'm probably gonna have to ink the,
Points. 12 degrees, eh? Ooh, I feel for you. He's not on the hard part yet.
yeah, this is the easy part.
This and the sides will be pretty easy. It's that doggone bottom with that radius around here. Well, at least you got big enough checkerboards that the bigger they are, the easier it is. Half that size. Get the tail.
Yeah, it's a bit of bummer. Little checks, but these are a little larger than an inch square, and 1 inch and 400.
That one's off.
Huh?
That one's got to rotate clockwise. At least it looks like from back here.
Yeah, it does from here too.
And I think that's only accounting for that little 1/8 inch square right in the corner. That's much better.
Close enough. Now, in order to keep the pattern going, I got to start in the middle and work out.
Hope it come out right on the bottom.
It won't, but the saving grace is this yellow stripe. You see how that's, but
Well, yeah, it throws your eye off the alignment.
but it doesn't matter because it's parallel with that and parallel with that line.
Yeah, you got that separation. You can't tell where it's really supposed to be at.
That's why I did that on the first bolt. I did it basically the same way that I'm doing this, only I didn't have these. Ah, damn.
Remember, guys, if he makes a mistake here and gouges that paint, it's gonna be a repair job because it's not gonna be under the black that he's putting on, it's gonna be on the white. Really need to have that plane up on its side, don't you?
It would help. I hadn't planned on doing this over here. I planned on doing it at my apartment.
I know. I watched your video. I'm one of them guys hiding in the background, listening to you. He's using that X-Acto knife to try to hold that little point in place. Nothing looks worse than a checkerboard job than to have a gap at that little point.
I'm gonna have to open it up on the back half here because it,
Yeah. Getting smaller. That taper gets you. It's amazing what a 64th or a 120th of an inch will make a difference.
come on. Might have to take a break here. I'm starting to get aggravated.
Well, it doesn't look bad from back here, but
Yeah, but if you look at it here, the points are not gonna.
not intersecting right.
Nope. I wish I could have laid it out and transferred it.
Can you do a transfer piece right there on that section of it?
No,
Why not?
because it opens up. The tape wouldn't lay down right. See, this one's going down this way, and this one's going up that way.
Well, yeah, you got compound.
Right,
I
and
know
this
all
one's
about that.
going up the other way. I'll get it here.
Yeah, like you can't cut a taper just on one side of those squares. You have to cut a taper on both sides. So that means if it tapers a 64th of an inch, that's half of a 64th of an inch on each side.
There
which
we
is
go.
A razor blade.
Nope.
And then you still got to maintain, well, your tape line maintains your vertical line here. So you don't have to worry about that one. You just have to get got to get that point on there. Keeps pulling on you, doesn't it? Yeah, get you a new piece. That one's been stuck down. And take a break. Take a break and let your hands settle back down. Let your frustrations. reader, except it's about twice as big as that one, but it had a thermostat on it. And you have to keep turning it off and on.
It's not gonna be perfect. It just has to be appealing.
What machine does the checkers? He's talking about it's a brand name, I can't remember.
US Cutter MH871.
They're about, what, $350 or something like that? Plus the vinyl. The vinyl that he's using is a low-tack vinyl. We get clear plastic transfer tape, which makes it easier than the white paper tape. That's a 30-some inch cutter. You can get them all different sizes, but you'll never need one bigger than 30 inches.
Unless you're gonna do signs.
And just think about it. You can always run your print long ways rather than...
Yeah, you can make it 15
Left to
foot
right.
long, 20 foot long. Up and, run it up and down.
You figure a 60-inch size stunner, and a 30, well, that's 34-inch anyway, and then they're 36. Is that 34?
What?
Your cutter width.
It's 36, I think. Yep, this is the easy part. Wait till I get to the bottom. Nope, that would look like dick.
There probably is a way to, I'm sure there is, a way to lay out that double taper, that compound taper on the plotter, but
I don't know how to do it.
unless you're some kind of a CAD genius, you got so much you have to deal with on that. You got an arc radius, an arced radius in two different directions. So those lines wouldn't be straight. Nothing's really straight. The lines would actually be curved.
Right. You know what? We might end up taping this off because it ain't gonna come out right.
Unless you start cutting them. You got...
Even if I cut them, because they're arced like that you're
Because
talking.
they're arced, it's hard. If you cut them, it's good for straight, if everything was flat. But because it's arced, a straight cut doesn't do it.
I think it's gonna be tape time, 2 tapings.
I think what I do is I lay that thing up on its side, doing those sections so you can look straight down on it rather than. You might be better off just taping it off. Where you got 1 inch, we got 3/4 inch tape. Yeah, it's 3/4.
Now we're gonna do the blue tape.
and cut it out of that mask by hand.
Oh, don't do that. Yeah, downstairs. I'm not gonna wash it before I put it away. I wash it in the spring before we
Oh,
put it
that's
out.
why I left it there.
No. No, because it'll just get dusty down there again.
Okay.
I've been getting the stuff out that you need to bring up for me.
Ah, they would be decorations, would they?
Yep, I think we need to go downstairs and tape these out.
Be easier, I can put that thing on my table and you can lay that up on its side and.
Well, you got a dressmaker's tape, right?
Yeah.
We'll measure around there.
And we can figure out what the taper's gotta be cut, how many microns.
This
It's
was
the only way to do it, but it's only gonna get us a straight line. It won't get us a curve, but you'll be a lot closer than what you are right now. You know what I mean? Cause you're only gonna be, the taper on that's gonna be like from that to nothing.
Listen, if we go on the tape and mark out 1 inch on this side and 1 inch on this side and just go tape to mark, it should come out right because it,
Right, if you're masking taping it,
Right.
or even making masking tape out of this stuff, is what I do. I'd make masking tape out of this. You know, and then that way you're using this mask, but it's cut on the taper that you need.
because I don't want to blow it now and have it.
See, yeah, it starts right here and it immediately starts tapering right on this line. This line is actually a taper.
Right.
And then it just, as you go around, it just expounds itself. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. The air just keeps growing.
Because when you get over here and look at it, even when I, stuck them on, they're, yeah, they're all over the place. No good.
See, this is pretty square check right here, but that puts this one almost 1/8 of an inch down too far.
Yep.
Already just in 2 inches, from nothing to 2 inches.
Yep. Let's take it downstairs and tape it off. We can be cool or warm down there anyway. Let me run some thinner through the airbrush. Isn't that a bitch? Yeah. Can't set it out and have them go, what are you gonna do about that? Well, Jimbo, I'm not gonna do anything about it because I'm gonna do it right the first time. The only problem is it's 2 tapings.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. It's always good. I couldn't get it through my head. First time I did a checkerboard, I kept looking at that, and I'm like, shoot, that's going to take 3 tapings. And I couldn't get it in my head. How in the heck is it only going to take 2? And I kept laying it out. Finally, I said, it's only going to take 2. So yeah, it does take 2 tapings though. You don't get away with anything less.
Well, I guess you could do it in 1 taping, but you'd have to cut square it, mask them all off, and
Right, well, with two tapings, you just do one direction, one sort of the other, and it comes out all right.
Okay, so we might lose connectivity here going downstairs because the phone is, I'm gonna have to unplug the phone. So if I lose connectivity, check back. But we're gonna take that downstairs first, I guess. All right, it stayed on for now. Yeah. You got it?
Yeah.
Get it plugged in right away.
I'm going straight down there.
We're bumming. I'm bumming. Okay, need a dressmaker's tape. I need my phone for that stupid calculator. Okay.
Went looking for some 632 set screws.
Yeah.
Can't find them locally anywhere. Right here.
I got
There's one out here.
get all them stupid.
Might need to blade in it.
Let's take off them stupid checks that are wrong. You find the dressmaker tape?
Yeah. And get things out of the way first, get set up to turn that thing on its side.
Gotta do it the old fashioned way. Sometimes you just can't beat the old way. I'm sure that there's a CAD guy out there that could take the measurements and figure it out and it would come out perfect.
It's a parabolic arc, and you better be up on your geometry and trig and all that kind of junk.
Pi R round, cornbread R square. It's a good thing I didn't plan anything to do anything but this today.
Huh.
I knew it would take some time.
Well, I always seem to bite off more than two.
Of course, I brought other shit in the car just in case. Okay. Okay. No, dressmaker tape, is that it? Isn't that key?
Press that little button on the side and it retracts.
Okay. Maybe 17 and 17 and 13/16. 17, 13/16. And on this end, it's 16 inches. That's quite a ways.
And
No, 15. Let's see here. Should be able to figure this out pretty simple,
17 and 13/16, right?
right? And this side is 15 and 13/16.
Okay. Now, it isn't exact, you know that, don't you? Because you got flat spots and that's the problem with this. If you were just going around a circle, you got one, you could make that evenly divided, but because you're going around an arc and then you go almost straight and then you go around an arc again, they're different on this.
So we have a difference of 2 inches.
And if you're 17, you got 17 divisions. Well, you got 16 divisions. Right, well,
No, I use 17.
17 13/16 divided by
17.
17. It's almost 18. You always do one less when you divide, and that'll get you your individual marks on the large side.
One and 13/270 seconds, or
Yeah.
1.047. So how are we going to figure that? What is 13/200 and 1.04?
1 and 13, 272.
Yeah,
You take, you divide that by 16 or 17.
what?
1 point whatever by 17.
Ah, damn it. You touch that and it's gone. Done. I don't want that. There we are. I divide 13/272 by 17. We have to figure out what the fractional number is close to 13. It's 1, each square is 1.0447, whatever that is. Is that like 36?
13.
What?
It's going to be somewhere between a 64th and a 32nd. Because a 64th is 0.0156 and a 32nd is 0.0313. And you're at the 2, so you're somewhere in between.
You just make it 1 and a 32nd?
A 32nd, yeah, you're probably going to have to round it off and.
Let's see what the nose is. 15, 13/16 divided by 17. That's even worse. 270 seconds. I mean, why the hell does it have to be that damn close? So it's almost. What fractional number is 93?
0.930.
Yeah. A little less than
It's
it.
a 59/64 to 15.9375 is 15/16. So
So we'll make it 15/16. 15/16 around the nose and 1 1/32 around the backside. Right? Nose. And 1 1/32.
Now here's what I would do. This won't go all the way around it, so.
We're just gonna take off some marks on the tape, you know?
Well, this is gonna give us some little tattletales to sort of.
We need to separate them because we'll get confused. We mark it all on one side.
Alright, so there's your rear measurement, there's your front measurement.
Yeah.
And this is coming out almost exactly on an inch mark because,
Here's the quarters.
you know, they're 1/4 inch squares. So, we come up through here and
Well, if they're coming out even, let's figure out how to divide that.
you got 1 inch squares, which is what you're trying to do.
You got 17 and what there?
17 and a half.
17 and a half or 17 3/4?
17 and a half.
Where's the 13/16?
This is a teeny bit shy of that. Okay, and this one is just a teeny bit more than a half. Or 5/8, a teeny bit more than 5/8. So let's go, let's just round this off. Let's go 15 and a half and 17 and a half. And divide that by 17.
And a half divided by 17. 1 1/34.
See, that makes it a lot easier.
Oh, what's a 1/34? 1 inch.
1 1/34. 1/34 is
0294. Let me look at this here. We might as well just make them 1/4 inch, just go into 1/4 inch increments. We don't have to come out that perfect. We'll make it up on the bottom.
And you got 30 seconds, so you could go down to 30 seconds.
Here's how we're gonna do it. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's the front mark. So 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You see what I'm doing here?
I knew what you're doing. I was just gonna put a mark every inch.
Okay. We can do that, see if it comes out right.
That's why I was gonna just lay the tape measure up here on the end of it and just go 1 every inch. You're gonna come out pretty close. Now, see, you're at a half, so you're an inch, you're gonna end up here. So then you gotta divide this inch into 17. So 1 inch divided by 17 equals, that gets you your back, that gets you your long mark.
Somehow we're gonna have to come up with this fraction here. That's the problem.
.5882. Okay, so 0.5 is a half.
Maybe we could make it.
0.05. I'm sorry.
Let's see what happens when we do
Which
this.
is about a 16th. It's a little less than a 16th. It's 1 and a little less than a 16th per division.
So it's not 17 and a half, it's 17 and, we'll just make it 17 and a half. I guess these are smaller because there's 17 and a half right there and there's where it comes out. So we'll make it 17 and a half and divide it by 16. Let's see what that comes out. If we make the squares bigger, it'd be easier, right?
Yeah, could be, yeah.
17 and a half. Divide by 16. One and 3/32. There we go, something we can get on. 1 and 3/32. That gives 16 squares around there. So we got 1 and 3/32 for the rear. And the front was what?
Yeah, that one.
15 and
5/8 about.
15 and 5/8. 15 and 5/8 divided by 16 equals, we don't, 1/25. I mean, that's,
125 over 128.
yeah. That's sometimes, I mean, how you gonna read that on a ruler?
It's a pencil line.
Yeah,
It's literally a pencil line.
so let's go, it's 15, we'll just make it 15 and a half divided by 16, and we'll make it up at the glow plug hole.
You got to divide it by the same amount that you divide the other number by.
I did, 16, I did, that,
Okay, well then you got to divide that one by 16
That's right.
too. So, okay.
15, or 16. So we got, it was 15 and a half. Oh, shit. 15 and a half divide by 16. 31/32.
So you're literally a pencil line.
It's an inch.
So you're gonna have to, yeah, it's an inch. So,
What does make it an inch?
I mean, you can make those mistakes when you mark them.
Right. What does make it an inch
You know,
at the front? Is that right? No. Yeah. 15 and a half divided by 16 is 31/32. That is 1 inch, basically.
Now, you gotta realize that what you're measuring on is a straight taper.
Right.
This one dimension, this another dimension, flat. When you put that arc in it, then that makes this center line dimension different
I'm
from
just-
either end dimension.
I'm just trying to get a reference so we can eyeball it. So we came up with 1 and 3/32 around the backside and 1 inch on the front.
So you need to go run around that with your tape and mark every 1 and 3/32 of an inch.
Right.
And that probably doesn't go down that small. does it?
And that,
Okay, so let's see here.
Let's
How
just-
can we do this? I
we'll
don't
do the
have a
front here
ruler
at an
that's
inch.
that flexible.
the front one's gonna be an inch.
That's 16
We can
that's
do an inch.
millimeters. I'll make this one. Won't flex enough either.
We'll just,
You can take this piece of paper here
yeah, mark it out.
and mark it out. And run that around there, tape it to it.
Yeah.
And at least this is gridded paper, so.
I'm sure one of them math geniuses watching this is going, no, you're doing it wrong.
That's close enough. You're not gonna be able to tape it exactly. You'll get it to the difference in the tape will be wrong. The paper could expand and contract that much.
We'll get it so it looks good to the eye.
You're gonna cheat somewhere along the line, no matter what you do. So we're down into 30 seconds, right? And that's 16th on that tape measure.
What did I say? It's written right there. 1 and a 32nd.
3/32.
3/32. A little bit bigger than a 16th.
I'm not taking the tape off my tape measure. Where is my 3 foot?
Once you get these marks, it'll be easy to grid up.
Cause see, here's what's gonna happen. You got 64, 30 seconds.
What I'm interested in is where this center line is gonna come out on the bottom here. We'll have to cheat it a little bit, but that's okay. We'll cheat it right in this. So we have to cheat it right there. The two bottom ones are 5/8 apiece. See, there's
Well, you can't see them from the top. You know, if you turn it over. That'll be all right.
Yeah.
1 and 3/32. Now this is where you're gonna see. I can't even see that line. That's 1 and 3/32 right there. It's just less than an eighth. So the only way you can do,
Yeah, unless
and
you're a
you
genius.
keep, and you keep, you know, you get that added
Stack
up
effect.
stack effect, yeah.
21 likes, 17 watchers. Try covering to M&Ms right now. Makes math much easier to work. Whatever that means. Hello, hey, Jim.
I can't even sharpen a pencil that fine of a point.
I'm using a airbrush. It's a Iwata Eclipse. Yes, there is a way to. There is a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it. I'll tell you what.
It doesn't have to be that accurate.
Right. I'll tell you what. Some genius kid, 12 years old, could figure it out in a heartbeat.
Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You can't mark it. You can't tape it that fine.
No, I'm talking about with the plotter.
Oh yeah, probably. But it's a parabolic arc.
Yeah. We'll cheat it here on the bottom. I'll tell you what, as soon as we get these marks, these witness marks on there, it'll go fast.
Let's hope I don't get the stack effect too far out. And one side of the pencil line to the other side of the pencil line times 17 can be a lot.
Be an inch. So we should have 16.
Boy, I'll tell you what, that's coming out pretty doggone close.
4, 5, 6.
There's your marks.
Okay. Okay.
Here.
And we'll take this here. What do I need to take?
Just tack it to where it won't move.
Okay, give me another piece of tape. Okay, here we go.
Even millimeters or M&Ms, either one, they'd both be a pain in the butt. Don't want to convert to metric. I've dodged converting to metric my entire life. Don't like it. Don't care about it.
Yeah. Boy, that came out perfect. Came right out on the center line. This might work.
That'll be close enough. If you can see 1/275th of an inch, then your eyes are much better than mine, because I know I can't see that fine. I have a hard time seeing 30 seconds, let alone anything finer.
That came out perfect. Unbelievable. I made the mark by eye in the center on the bottom, and it came right out on the line. Now the fun part.
Now, if you draw a pencil line on every one of those marks, that pencil line will tape to the parabolic arc.
We're not gonna do that. Just gonna tape it.
Well, that's fine. The tape will conform as long as you can put that tape down there straight.
That's yours.
If that's got an end already started.
I got it in.
This is yours anyway. I don't have any of this unless Danny.
I gave you all. Danny got 10 rolls now.
I need to order some too. That was what, $15 or something?
11 for 10. 11 for 10 rolls. You cannot beat that.
I've got a big expenditure sitting out here in the garage. I gotta watch it. In trouble for that.
Okay, so now we're doing that. Now I gotta go on the other side of that line. It goes to right there. This one goes. Even though it's not there, I'm still taping it.
Exactly.
Right there. This one.
Guys, go get me something. You need something to drink?
I don't have any cold Dr. Pepper yet. This one goes right there. This one goes right here. It'll go pretty quick once we tape it out. Oh shoot. Solid, open, solid. This one. $23. Oh, millimeters. Nope, no thanks. No, we got it. We got it. Just takes us farm boys a little longer to figure it out. It'll be fine. This one goes inside. We still haven't figured out this way. I guess 1 inch.
1 inch or whatever you divide by 3, 2, 3, however many. That dimension is going to stay constant because the taper doesn't affect it as bad.
Well, we only got that far.
You got a straight line that you got to follow, so it's going to stay constant,
So that's painted.
irregardless.
This one is.
The only thing you got to worry about is the tape laying down on that. That's no big deal.
Okay, so now we need to go over here. So these are painted. This is what it comes out like.
You already seen your marks, so.
This one is turned upside down. This one is solid. This one open. This one is closed. This one is open. It looks like it worked. Okay.
And it sort of throws you off because they don't look the same size, and they're not, because one of them's 1/4 of an inch narrower right now than the other ones are.
Right.
So that looks big, small, big, small, big, small all around. 'Cause
So we
of the
want
tape
to
line.
tape the small ones off to paint the big ones.
Correct. You're gonna run your lines around the other way too?
Yeah, I forgot. Getting excited here.
And what you need, I don't know if this will help.
Yeah, it doesn't help any. Nah, you might scratch something.
Okay.
You going 1 inch?
Yeah.
Just trying to rig you up something here that'll make it sort of easier to hold.
Ain't nothing easy.
I didn't say easy, I said easier.
The best way to do it would be to put a piece of tape on it and measure out 1 inch in a couple of spots and go around it, wouldn't it?
You could, yeah, or
Okay.
it doesn't make any difference. It just, you need some kind of a line, 1 inch every whip stitch around there to know where you're stay parallel with this back line. Just need a little tick mark every whip stitch.
Yeah, problem is it doesn't. This pencil is too hard. You gotta push on the paint, it'll dent it. What are you doing with that? I probably can eyeball it, or we can go get those squares and stick the squares on there. Cut the squares thin and put them in the opens, and then just go around. Yeah, let's do that. Because that pencil don't want to mark. You scratch it up.
Oh, it's so light. I'm not putting any pressure on the hard point. I'm putting just a little bit, but see, there's just a little light.
I see the line. Did you go all the way around?
I'm not yet.
Let's see. Millimeters. You still on there, Jim? Hope I didn't put Jim in timeout. Every time I touch that phone, it'll time somebody out. Oh, he's here, good. I didn't time you out, that's good. I can eyeball it from there. I'll eyeball it from there, John.
I got one line to go.
Okay, so now, I guess we're gonna paint, we wanna be on this side. Close enough?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. You can get a jig in it or jag in it, and yeah, lifted it up and. Those ceilings, boy, I wish I had 8-foot or 10-foot ceilings down here. It'd be nice. I don't even have 8-foot ceilings. I only got 7'6". Maybe 7'4" down here. I don't know. Never really made one. Sort of curious now. Sort of curious now. Yeah, 7'4". This whole house is weird. When it comes to ceiling height, it's got low ceilings in the whole house.
Okay, so now we need to make an inch mark over from that line right there, from that side.
Yeah, and that gives you something to drag this little thing against.
We're gonna have to watch that.
Mhm. Danny put a movie out where he was, looks like he was getting ready to lay up a bunch of landing gear and bell cranks and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
Unless that was an older video, but it said like 1 day ago or 2 days
yeah,
ago.
but he doesn't upload them right away.
And he had 3 or 4 landing gear molds, and 4 or 5 bell crank molds, and all sorts of stuff.
Don't show your landing gear to Brodak. They'll send it to China to be duplicated. Or, actually, probably not, because he's not alive.
That was before. Well, John did an awful lot. I appreciate everything that he's done. I don't necessarily agree with everything he did, but I sure do appreciate it. But you gotta look at it like this. He's a businessman. His whole MO is in the matter of a business. And if he's gonna do something and he's gonna do it well and invest his money, I can't blame him in the least. He wanted to supply, make sure that he could supply the whole control line industry plus RC. So he did multiple things. Free flight, RC, control line, and every venue of control line, you know, whether it's, I don't think anybody makes speed planes for kids, but, or really even a tree racing airplane for that matter as a kid, but they came up with all them Foxburg racing and all that kind of junk, you know, and used kits, you know, older kits, the shoestrings and the stuff like that, and just race them with OS 25 or Verdex 25. This is, you know, a good thing. It keeps the hobby going.
What?
I'm not gonna tell you.
You gotta tell me what's up.
I'll tell you later.
Need more paint somewhere?
Yeah. I'll tell you later. It's up to you.
Can I not get enough paint up here on the top? Huh?
No, you're fine. It'd be easy, but whether you want to do it or not is another thing. Don't let it eat at you.
This will go quick since we get it taped off.
2 hours of taping and 30 seconds of painting.
That's exactly right.
It'll be done.
Okay, take a look at it before I put the yellow tape on it. They look about right, I suppose.
Got a jig there, but it's in a spot that's on top of the yellow tape, so it don't matter.
Right.
There's a jig right there in that one.
I ain't worried about
But
it.
you can't see it here and you can't see it here, so.
That's where I continued on.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to tape off the center section that I just taped all the way around, and then tape off every other one.
On the other ones, yeah, the small ones on the other ones.
Take it up there for 2 seconds of painting, bring it back down here, unmask it, retape it.
Made a mess down here the other day because I was working on my crank thing for my fuel tank molds. And I got this far with made that little piece that sticks in the end of the mold. Now I gotta make a handle for a crank on the other end of that rod.
I thought you were watching Joe Pisaki.
Oh yeah, I was watching Titans with CNC.
That guy making them little tiny.
At Titans with CNC, he had an end mill. It must have been 3 inches in diameter, 4 inches in diameter, about a foot long. And he had it in a milling machine. If you standing inside, it had like a 4x4 table in there. There's a 5-axis CNC, and he's standing inside this mill, and this bit's up here by his head, almost as big as his head. It must have had 100 cutters around on that thing, man. He said, this is 100 horsepower CNC mill. He says, nothing stops it. And he says, it doesn't bog down. It's got computer chips in it that it puts out 100 horsepower, whether it's not touching anything or whether it's cutting half the diameter of this cutting bit. And so it adjusts the horsepower for the load and everything, so the load stays exactly
Yeah, it's got
the
a
same.
speed controller in it.
And he said, I can't remember, I don't think it was Inconel that he put in there, but he put in there some, maybe it was just mild steel, but anything. He didn't have any coolant running on it, and that thing's cutting about, I don't know, a 3 or 4 inch deep swath, an inch deep, and this stuff is, and man, that stuff, he tapered it into it, and it didn't even slow down, it didn't change its sound or nothing, it just, chips flying everywhere. And they were talking about, I don't know if anybody gets into milling or anything, about your speeds and feeds can make or break your longevity on your tooling. And how, people think that, well, I'm cutting too fast and that's what's making all my tooling go dull sooner. Well, you can cut too slow. Because some of these coatings and stuff that they're putting on this new tooling, you got to cut it at the feed rates and stuff that the manufacturer says, or it wears the coatings off of it prematurely. So it's pretty interesting to watch him. He pushes all that stuff to its nth degree,
He got money.
He does now. He went bankrupt. Now, he started with nothing, built up a multi-million-dollar business, went bankrupt, built it back up again, contracting for the aerospace industry and all that stuff.
I watched one where his part was rejected from there, he was pissed.
Oh, yeah, the guy came and met him
Yep.
at his door. Yeah. And it was something where they had to make a little part that fit down in this real little tiny recess, and you couldn't even see it without. But there was a flaw in it, and they caught it. And it wasn't within spec. He had to make special, I think he had to make a special tool or something to get down in and actually do that. And me, I'm sitting here with a little
Harbor Freight Mill,
Harbor Freight Mill.
where the closest measurement is a 1/16 of an inch.
Harbor Freight milling bits, so I can't even get good milling bits. I wish I could just get a few of them. They're doggone expensive.
For what we do, what you got is fine. Better than what I got.
Yeah, but I do mainly aluminum. If I had some nice bits that were actually sharp, it would make it easier.
Instead of using wood bits for metal.
Yeah, I'm using router bits and all sorts of stuff, carbide tip router bits and stuff
Well,
like that.
you can be like Bad Chad and do it with a file.
I've done
Hammer.
that. I used to make tongue mufflers on my drill press with a file and a chisel and drill bits and sandpaper, lots of elbow grease.
Yep, a lot of grease. Sweat equity.
It might take me a week to make a one tongue muffler, but it was mine. Nobody had one like it. We're having fun today, boys and girls, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Checkerboard City.
But they're coolest. They look good. See, John cheated on his checkerboard to use my plotter to get it plotted out.
And it's about all checkerboard.
They didn't have no compound curves like this.
They're everywhere. Well, I laid it out to where it was on flat surfaces, basically. I didn't go up into the nose section, and I know better than that. Been there, done that.
This is what I wanted though, so gotta.
Yeah, well, see, there's really, you can try it all you want to lay them out square, but it just doesn't work. It starts with the first check. Just continues on.
And with stacked tolerances, one pencil line screws the whole thing up.
You betcha it does. Can't remember where it was that I learned about stack tolerances.
I got a
Oh, I'll tell you what's a prime example, and I didn't actually learn from it. I tried to warn the boss about it. We did this section of storefront. I used to be commercial glass and glazing guy. We laid out this strip mall, and it was a continuous storefront for about, I don't know, 50 yards, 75 yards or something like that, and had about 6 sets of double doors down through it. And every 20 feet, I told the boss, I said, you need to put an expansion mullion on that puppy about every 25 feet. I says, or that aluminum's going to expand as soon as the sun hits it. We're putting this in the wintertime. Nah, we don't need to do that. He says, just put that stuff in there and just run it straight on down. I said, you're going to be sorry for doing that. That next morning, we got that storefront in. That next morning, we come out there and the contractor's standing there on the job site. He said, we can't get in any of our doors. I said, none of them work. I said, well, why is that? He says, they're bound shut. The sun came up and that aluminum expanded, and when you got a set of doors open, they actually overlapped each other a half an inch in the center of them.
I went back to the boss, I said, see, now we're gonna have to tear all that storefront out and put expansion mullions in all of it, but it was sort of acted like a stacked tolerances, you know, it just a little bit, and over the whole thing, it added up to inches.
Okay, we're ready to paint. Do we want to bring the camera up or not? Only gonna take 2 seconds.
And back here, like this. That is there, that is there.
Does it look right?
I don't need to say anything more than that picture. And we'll leave it at that.
Oh, I knew that, but that's gonna be straightened out in the stripes.
Okay, as long as you knew that, no, I'm not gonna, you know,
Yeah, the outline is gonna,
if you haven't done anything, you haven't said anything to me about it by now, then you've got something worked out. And I'm not gonna sit here and there for the whole world and all that stuff.
yeah, it'll be straightened out with the black stripe that goes on it.
Pretty nice little,
Yeah,
that's an antique.
no doubt.
Made in the USA.
I guess bring the camera along. They can,
Yeah, we'll watch you spray paint for 15 seconds.
yeah. Look over this and see if we got any tape up. And
Well, you
it's,
don't have anything more than 3 inches wide anywhere on it. So there's no third band.
right, this is it.
This is it. This has already been painted over. It's just white right now instead of yellow because we painted the white on there. But as long as all the corners are rubbed down good, where you're gonna get the paint.
I'm not gonna put a whole lot of black on. Black covers good.
Yeah. Put it on there hard more than you'd be good to go. Good to go.
Okay,
We're unplugging, boys and girls.
bark camera. We'll have 2 seconds of
Painting outside.
painting outside, and then I'll bring it back down and tape it again.
Go through this one more time.
I might get the invasion stripes done today. This,
Well, they're nowhere near like checkerboards.
no, it's 2 colors. Because I'm carrying this soda, it makes it hard to maneuver. Okay. Get it plugged in, she'll die. If that thing eats more, when it's online, eats more juice than it puts in.
Wonder why that is.
It's a cracked phone.
Yeah. That's good. Okay.
Huh?
That's good. Just didn't want a trip thing here.
Okay,
Fire some heat up.
gotta have the heat. Well, what do you guys think? Is that, was that the way to do it? Tried it with the stencil, but it didn't want to cooperate. with, I'm not gonna use any more than this much on this air.
Put it in there.
Have to put it in my box.
Yeah, I got a whole jar of lemonade here myself.
That's my pack for black. We got lots of,
Half a jar of it.
plus I got a quart black.
What I like is all this stuff transferred to smaller jars. I'm trying to save up olive jars, the little half size.
Yeah, I knew you were looking at that.
Yeah, it's the next one I was looking at to fix it. If you wanted to fix it, it's no big deal. If you've got another thing going on, the fence rack or something else, after that. It's exactly what I was looking at. You never know that until you pull the tape. Because you can't see it when you're taping it.
Right. Jim Lynch can see it. Yeah, the guy who was asking about what spray equipment I'm using, I've shown this several times. I have two of these, and then one top loader. It's an Iwata Eclipse. It's a super good airbrush. I also have a Grex airbrush. And the nice thing about it, I got these quick disconnects. I think it was $7 for one and 5 fittings.
Stick a little piece of, a couple more pieces of tape there. So close. I know it's probably just folded over there, but.
Huh?
Looks good to me.
Can't see it from my house, it'll be fine.
You nothing to do but spend 15 seconds and squirt her on there.
Yep, take it back downstairs, untape it, retape it. What the heck's going on here? Oh. You can smell this is old dope.
For an inexpensive toolbox, it's not too awful shabby.
No, I mean, for what I'm gonna do with it.
You couldn't make one for that yourself. The wooden cost you more than the felt and stuff. I mean, it's not a Gersteiner or Gerstner or whatever you pronounce it, but
When I raced slot cars, I had a real good one. But that was in the 60s, late 60s.
yeah, you probably got the Gersteiner.
It was a beautiful box.
Some old machinist toolbox. Oh yeah, smell that old paint.
Yeah, it's old.
You wanna wait to do that, we'll flip it over.
I got it. There's only one stripe.
This will make it pop a lot.
No. That's probably enough on there.
Oh, yeah. As long as it ain't striped. He knows this when he's sprayed, he does it automatically, he doesn't think about it, but you really want to do it in a couple coats and do horizontals, then vertically, and then at a cross angle, about 3, light coats like that, and you should have a full coverage without any stripes in it. If you do everything one direction, you can get stripes in it unless you're loaded down big time.
We'll be ready to tape in another 10 minutes. Check it out, see if you think it's light anywhere.
Don't take nothing to cover with that black. And I can't see the bottom of it.
Let me turn it over before we go up.
Just make sure.
Oh yeah, doesn't need it. Where's another towel?
Right there behind you, 2 of them.
Not that it's gonna do.
Well, you never know. Look away for a second, accidentally hit the button.
I like this little compressor.
It's quiet.
Perfect for YouTubing with. Listen to that compressor run.
Yeah, well,
I don't know, you might could paint a whole airplane with it.
I wouldn't even try it.
Be probably striped.
That Grex is too small.
Yeah, but if that's all you had,
You just have to be real careful about it. You have to do one that's totally, truly back mask. You know, where each individual color went over the bare surface, nothing underneath each color. It's just too much taping. And I don't ever plan my paint jobs out far enough ahead to really do that.
okay, that was 15 minutes of paint, or painting, not even 15. I'm not sure.
See, I got an air tank out in the garage. I could put 100 pounds of pressure air in it and bring it in here and just paint out of it.
Yeah.
You know, for running around filling up car tires here or there, you know.
I got a little pancake compressor at home, and I saw a guy painted a whole car with a pancake compressor.
Well, yeah, it could be done, you know, the noise is the thing. You know, you could have gotten a bigger compressor that you could run a nail gun off of. But it's pretty much overkill for airbrushing.
I could have got a Pache air compressor for $500
Oh,
with two
yeah.
tanks on it. But I decided to go the China route.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that look covered?
Yeah. It doesn't take much, it doesn't take nothing.
If I'm gonna paint these invasion stripes, I'd do it with a big gun.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much area. Little 1-inch checkerboards ain't nothing. $12.30.
10, 10, 11. Yeah, we're doing good. How long have we been online? 2 hours, something? Nope, 3 hours. 23 and 16, nice checks. Well, you haven't seen them yet. But they will be nice.
When are we gonna get the tree?
Humbug.
I don't care, I'm worried about. You can buy them, but all you want.
I know. Tomorrow, I guess.
No, not tomorrow.
Went in yesterday.
You guys are gonna be working tomorrow, aren't you?
Oh, Sunday then. Yeah, I've been thrown off on my days all week long. And the day before yesterday, I thought was Sunday.
Yes, I know you have. There's the burger.
This is the type of toolbox that they think walnut
come back up for the same amount of painting time, and then unmask it, and we'll be good to go. 19 and 23. Ready?
Birth cam. Now.
Please, no screw ups.
What?
My neuropathy gets to me.
Danny always asks me after a session with me, how's John? Yeah, he's still alive.
Sometimes it's pretty hard. It's mostly hard on my hips and my feet. If I could walk more like a grocery store, in a grocery store, I have to walk at a certain pace. And Barb walks really slow, and that's too slow for me, and I'll leave her behind and at a pace that's comfortable for me. And so I always end up coming back hurting for about 3 hours after going to the grocery store, walking this awful month at a pace for me.
I don't know what's in this dope, but it has a strange smell to it.
It definitely smells different.
It's old, I know it's old, it's 20 years old.
Black, you just don't use hardly any of it. You don't have to put that much on, and you put that much black on the airplane. You know, to boot.
I think we still got a cord out there.
Yeah, it's a whole quart. Unthin.
Lifetime supply. Now the easy part. I mean, the second taping is easy. That, laying out that first one, boy, that was tough. 232.
There's only one way to do it. I mean, you have to do it like that. It's just impossible to lay out square checks on a parabolic arc. It just doesn't work. And you think it would, because it's only a pencil line. It's only a pencil line. It's only a pencil line. Well,
Stack tolerance, and just do it 17 times, the pencil line would be an inch.
and you don't get that curvature to it. When you hand mask like this, you hand mask a curvature into it. Have you noticed that the tape still didn't lay down flat?
Oh, no, it didn't go straight. Okay. Not finding the end.
My katana that I've been flying for multiple years now.
40 years.
It was all hand masked. Checkerboards on the bottom of it. Three different sizes, because the outboard wing had one size square, the inboard wing, because it's longer, had a different size square, and the stack elevator had a different size square yet. But they all had the same amount of squares on it, from the root to the tip, the front to the back. They all had exactly, but there was 20 squares on this wing, there's 20 on that one, 20 on these back here, so it was all laid out mathematically to come out right at the, at that. So I had, literally 3 different sizes.
Jim, are you paying attention? He freaks out that I tape right over the top of wet paint.
Yeah, it freaks me out too. You tape a lot faster than I do.
We gotta do the roundies. gotta go the roundy round first.
Jim's going into the shop. All right, Jim, we'll see you when you get out there. Another guy. Mr. Zoller says, just got on, watched your half-A build yesterday. Looking forward to the next video and very much enjoy seeing your work. Salute.
I'm back at you. Get in your shop and start sanding.
What does it take you to build like I do?
Time.
Yeah, elbow grease.
Yeah. Cases of elbow grease.
This tape peels up easier.
Does it? Is it leaving any residue? That would be my biggest concern. If it peels, as long as it peels up as easy and it doesn't leave residue.
You see one little spot we're gonna have to touch up. Well, not really. Where it on the brake, valve brake,
Yeah.
where it oversprayed inside. That's to be expected.
You can rub that down, put it down in there, cut it, put another piece over top of it, and it'll still pull it up. You'll rub it down right before you paint that spot.
The Chinesium tape, it works pretty good. I always end up having to touch up with ink, you know, somewhere.
Yeah, but that's one thing nice about doing it in black, because that black ink will just melt right into it and never even notice it.
Bugger there, tape overspray. I can deal with a tape overspray. It's hard to deal with paint pull-ups. Surprisingly enough, they fixed really well over that gray.
I know on my yellow where I didn't have it wasn't a paint mess up per se. I sanded through the clear and sanded into the color, and because there's no color on it, so like one slight or two, and I was through the doggone yellow. Well, I tried to fix it by just painting some more yellow on it, but it didn't work. I had to go all the way to the base color and repaint the whole thing white, and then repaint the yellow to get it to match the other checks on it. The more I tried to paint it, kept trying it didn't, it just got darker, you know, and it didn't match all the other sections of it. That one repaired area got darker, and I'm like, shoot, I guess that's not gonna lighten up, so I had to take the whole thing off and do it again. So now I got Too much paint right there. I feel it.
At least this next row is just one row. Really good stuff. The only thing bad about this tape, it's not as bright, you can't see it.
That's what I noticed that when you had it on there, I'm like, wow, man. I think I asked for it to come in different colors.
Nope. That's what you get. All right, that's the first row.
And it's sort of transparent, so it sort of picks up a little bit of the back color through it.
Let's see what the boys say. Okay, 23 and 25. Going to my shop, we'll pick up out there. Okay. Yep, I know. I don't know what that's about. But... All right, that is the first row of checks on there. Actually, first two rows. So now, what you do, you come back and you tape them off, and then you just tape them off and then paint it again. Pretty simple.
Takes as much to tape off one row as it does to tape off two. At least on that design, because you got an end point on both ends of it. You know, into another color. One thing nice about that paint job is you got a spot where you can start and stop your tape at.
Yeah.
You're not having to start and stop it on an 1/8 inch line.
I need a real razor blade. No, them double edges are sharper than these.
By 100 times about.
Yeah.
They're hard to find.
Walmart don't have them?
Well, they do sometimes, but I thought that they were trying to take them off the market because they're dangerous. You remember years ago, all your old houses had medicine cabinets in it, and they had a little slot in them where you could throw it, and they would just go down inside the wall, and the whole wall would fill up with double-edged razor blades.
Yeah, you couldn't fill that up in a lifetime.
No, hell no. But, you know, guys going in and remodeling bathrooms and stuff like that, and they tear out the wall and they find all them old razor blades sitting down inside the wall. I mean, they made it safe for throwing them away because you didn't have to put them in your trash. See, I don't throw my X-Acto knife blades or my Uber scoopers or in the trash can. I put them in a little block of wood, and when I get enough of them, I get a little box or something, tape them in a little box and throw them away like that. 'Cause I wanna throw them in there and then stick my hand down in there to push the trash down in there and slice myself real good.
Just put them in aluminum can.
Make a little sharps container or something like that. It'd take you a lifetime to fill up a pop can full of things.
It's not perfect, but it's close enough. Close enough that nobody is gonna notice except me. Better than it was, that's for sure.
You guys don't overstretch your tape. Only stretch that tape enough to make it lay flat. Because of the curvature of the fuselage. Don't. If you overstretch it, it'll make that tape thinner and it'll then it'll distort your line.
Yep, we have a little, oh, I guess not. No, it'll be fine. That one's black, that one's white.
Yeah. Overspray, no. I saw that when we were taping it off the first time. I was counting the colors in my head, and I'm like, oh, yeah, one white here, one black here. And that's how it should work out, you know. Should be a mirror image.
Yeah, it'll be close.
One's a little bit different size than the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing I can do about it.
That right there scares me more than anything.
Yeah. Worries me too, but gotta do it.
You guys probably couldn't see that, but he cut that tape off down in the area where his stripe is taped off at. So he had a nice spot to end the tape line.
You don't want to end the tape line in the middle of the square.
No, you'll always have a bump. You'll always have a. And if you can do it, you're real lucky.
Okay.
Let the fun begin. And all the little stripes.
see how that's gonna work. So, taping that off, painting that, no, that ain't right. I'm not doing this right,
You're painting this one.
right,
You're not painting that one.
Oh, that's
You're
right, I gotta-
Painting this one, you're not
I gotta
painting
tape
that one.
around
You
it.
don't tape anything off over here. These are just all solid
right.
tape off.
I got you. I kind of spooked me there for a minute.
Yeah, it'll make you look cross-eyed at it. Better to stop than keep taping and.
We're just taping off the blacks.
Yeah. Like I say, you got just as much taping off on that as you do the other ones. But yeah, you got 2 rows out of the other ones. You're only getting 1 out of this, but it's the same amount of masking.
It'll take the same amount of time to paint it too.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
And a guy asked me if I sell my airplane. Yeah, sure. Everything's for sale.
Yeah, how much you want to pay? What are you looking for? He's limited on the kind of airplanes that he's got. But he's got an advertisement in the
Yeah,
section, the business section in the back
yeah.
for building services. So if you want him to build you an airplane, he'll build it to whatever degree you want it built. That custom built airplane probably go for $4,000.
I frame them up for $1,000.
That's cheap.
That's 2 weeks' work. $1,000.
It's still cheap. That sounds cheap, man, especially with material costs today.
Well, that prices may have to go up.
Unless somebody was to supply the lumber.
We can't get lumber. That's the whole problem. Lumber! This is a lumber wagon here. It really didn't come out too bad for what it is. It's 10 ounces lighter than my other one. But I haven't got the plastic dip on it yet.
No, no. $74 ounces dipped in your thing.
It sure looked good. Flew all right, just was a pig in the wind. Let's see. I don't have the tape here, but the tape is the same. Just so I know. for the other. Yeah. Guess I really don't need to press this down.
Why are you doing it like that?
Because I gotta do this, and then do this band to expose that band.
I like that, there's two stripes like this, don't you?
No.
And the only thing you paint black is anything that's in the center section.
Right. This one, this one.
So this stays white, that's black, that's white.
Gotta take all the
So
black off.
If you take this area right here, just like that, just like this, then you take it off, right?
No. If I go around like this, then that'll get,
Well, you gotta white one, yeah, it's in there.
right. You gotta take all the black off.
And like it says, it makes your eyes cross and look at that stuff.
Yeah.
It says the Chinese have bought up all the wood. Reason why there's no decent wood about, Chinese have bought up all the wood in the world. Yeah, you're probably right. What's really amazing though is if you dig into it and you look at where balsa is used at and how much it is used, there's a lot of it used, a lot. And I don't know whether the good balsa wood comes from trees that grew longer or trees that didn't grow as long. You think it'd come from older trees, rather than plantation farm trees where they grow to 12 inches round and that's it, or 10 inches round and they harvest them.
I don't know. It's a mystery.
I knew that the old-fashioned way, when they drug them out of the forest and stuff, the real light wood got banged up really bad. It just drug out of the forest. They used an ox or whatever and chains and threw it down a hillside into a river.
We're almost there, guys. See, you guys think this stuff just happens instantaneously. It don't. It takes me a lot of time.
Real lifetime.
You get them videos where the guy machines out something that takes 5 minutes, which really took a week. Yeah.
They don't show all the layout and all the other stuff, the setting up and the bracketry that was made and
Now we can go around the outside.
And 1.5 dozen other, you either do it the first taping or the third taping.
You were really not, I'm not taping off the black, I'm taping off the white square between the blacks. Okay. Time's getting to be.
Going on 1 o'clock. It was 12:30 when we came down here. Right about in there. Your lunchtime, 1:15 right now.
Yeah, too much. I don't know, I'm gonna go ahead and tape that anyway, can't tell, I think it's taped up. Better safe than sorry.
Once it's all taped up, you see how that just left exposed. You're like, that's all you're doing all that taping for?
That's it.
One little row of checks. Yeah, wind turbine blades, you heard all that stuff. You know there's wood that's lighter than balsa wood.
But not as strong.
Yep, that's the problem. It doesn't have the strength to weight ratio.
Pound for pound, balsa's as strong as steel.
In the bending load, I don't know how they calculate that, but it's supposed to be. You know, they say glass is stronger than steel too, but you said, but
Try to
glass,
bend it.
but glass breaks so easy. Well, yeah, but go up to the side window on a car sometime and just take a swing at it with a hammer and see if you don't hit yourself in the head with it. On edge, and you lower weight down to it on edge, it'll hold a lot of weight. You just can't bang it. You take them big 96 130 sheets of glass and lift them around. Two guys can pick up a 1/4 inch thick piece of glass like that with one hand on each guy. You just go like this and push in towards each other. And that piece of glass, it'll bow and flex about 2 or 3 feet. And as soon as you start putting pressure on, and then just lock, just as stiff as a board, as long as you're just pushing towards each other. Scary stuff.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Glass is dangerous.
And big sheets like that, they break up, they'll cut you long, hard, and wide. We had a guy who was sitting in a semi-truck, his semi-truck, a loose leaf glass that came in. And all he had to do was he had to stand there and just hold the glass because we were trying to unload both sides at the same time so it wouldn't tip. You know, truck start leaning. And all he had to do was stand in there and hold that glass. Well, he got complacent. And he let it go, and we heard this, the hell of a noise, man, just. Well, he got complacent, and that glass got away from him, and it just tipped over and come crashing down. Well, there he was, underneath all this glass. Here's these big chunks of glass just going every which direction. He had never got a scratch one on him. Talk about one lucky guy, man. He got up on the right side of the bed. He must have done everything right. But it took us 2 hours to get all that glass out from around him and keep it from coming down on top of him and stuff. But there was pieces sticking everywhere. You've probably seen, the thing where the guy does the swords in the box, and the girl's inside the box and she doesn't get hit by. I don't know how that guy managed to do that, but it was a nasty situation that happened down in Cincinnati.
Okay, take a look at it, see if I missed any spaces. We're only gonna paint 2, 4, 6, about 10 squares. Take a look at it. I did the properties of the wood. I don't know how it works. The Chinese are using the wood for all their wind turbine blades, yeah, whatever.
Well, they're used in boat ship hulls. They're used in Corvette floorboards. It's used in all sorts of different places.
Afternoon, Chris. You're on a little late. We're getting ready to go to lunch. I guess we're gonna paint this first and then we'll go to lunch. We'll let it dry while we're eating.
And it's sort of hard to see where that's painted white, but yeah, it looks like it now. Yeah. See the other side of it when we get it out in the ground. Unless we have to handle it, the better. Daddy, I'm getting hungry. But that right there is the thing to do.
Yeah.
Every time, you can't beat that. Hand taping this, I'm sure a math genius, a guy could have laid them out and figured all that out and all that stuff, but by the time you do all that, you already have it all taped up and painted. A lot of them guys don't tell you that, it's CAD CAM and take that machine and print the part up. Well, they don't tell you that they had that part in that machine for a week printing to build that part. And yeah, sure, they had a custom made part there, but it took them a week of that. And then how many hours of CAD surface did they have to do to program all that in there? It's not what it's made up to be.
And bring up the camera. We'll go up and paint this, and then we're gonna go to lunch and come back and you'll see it on tape.
You don't have but a swallow left in that pop. Do you want that pop? There's only a swallow left in it.
Fire the heat up.
40.
Yeah, only. Built up in here, and I'll shoot this, and then we're going to go to lunch. I appreciate you guys watching. When we come back, we'll untape it and do the reveal. See it pop. Chinese are buying up all my wood. That might make me mad. Because they're building junk with it. I'm getting paid to model today. I'm getting paid holiday. When I play hooky and model, I don't make a dime. Come Christmas, they'll have a week to model and that'll be paid. That'll work. I think it's starting to get warm enough in here. 29 thumbs up and 25 watchers. Make sure you hit that like button. Please consider becoming a paid subscriber like Chris Everson is there. Hit the join button. Chris Everson is my hero member. Hopefully the content that I put out gives you enough information for $4 worth or whatever. Okay, let's take it up, see what happens. You can kill the heat, John. Wanna kill the heater, we can run.
God, you ain't got that painted yet?
And that's all there is to it. It's way more taping than painting. Give me a hand turning this over.
What on me?
Mayonnaise.
Archie?
Mustard, mayonnaise, whatever.
Ketchup.
Okay.
No ketchup.
On a ham sandwich.
I want mayonnaise,
Cheese.
cheese.
Ketchup on a ham sandwich? Are you kidding?
I know people that eat ketchup on everything. Ketchup on their eggs.
No, I eat ketchup on my eggs.
You want cheese, Archie?
Please.
John?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I know you do.
Onions are good, yeah.
A half a sandwich?
I guess I'll eat a whole one.
Okay.
Still a few pock marks in it. Ain't nothing I can do about it though. Because no primer.
Yeah.
But how heavy would this thing be with primer on it?
Not a couple ounces probably.
I think I got them all.
I only had 7 of them today.
That look good?
Done deal to me. Looks like good. Good enough for government work. Yeah, and to think, they're putting all that lumber in them turbine blades, and they could have probably done that all with a molded composite part rather than
Foam.
foam or something else. And they cut it into sizes that it can't even be repurposed. Think about lining one of those big cargo ship hulls with balsa wood. Think about how much wood that would take up. If they don't build them like they do in turbine blades, they're going out of sight. They're everywhere. They're inefficient. You can't dispose them.
They're an eyesore.
Eyesore, hazard to the ecology, birds and other critters. I got some big proposal to put up some kind of big solar panel thing somewhere in here in Ohio. It's going to take up who knows how much farmland.
That the Chinese already own. The Chinese own all the farmland. I tell you what, we better get our act together. They're practicing to kill our aircraft carriers and
Yeah, well, we can't have some other country owning our country. It's one thing to lease it. It's a whole nother thing to own it.
you know what, these things, this has a little regulator button on it. I thought that you had to shut it off to keep it from leaking, but you don't. It shuts off when you take it out.
Really?
Yeah, just like a regular.
Your standard air fitting, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. At least it ain't flopping around all over the floor, hissing all.
Oh, you know what I forgot? Forgot to bring that green paint. We were gonna try that green in there, paint it out and put clear dope in it and all that, like Creasy did.
Yeah. Kevin says, have a nice lunch, guys. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Well, these Chinesium bottles have already screwed up. That's why I hate these things. The thinner makes that tube soft, they fall off.
Yeah, it looked like aquarium tubing in there. It'll dissolve it down to nothing if you leave it in there long enough.
So what we need to do is solder on some
Or get
brass.
some different kind of tubing. Get some of that. You can probably go to.
Just anneal a piece of brass and curve it.
Yeah, you could. That's probably too much. Go to the McMaster car and order 5 foot of that stuff, and you have a lifetime supply. 2-inch long pieces. Get some of that. I don't know what this.
I guess you can put some fuel line on it.
I don't know how that hold up to.
Hold up the nitro.
Yeah, but that's different. Blacker thinner. Find out neoprene or whatever you use on that. Silicone's probably not the right stuff. Neoprene's probably not the right stuff. Go on my MasterCard and they'll tell you all the properties, what is, all their different plastic sheeting is good for. Amazing.
What, all that work for 2 seconds of painting?
Way it is for every color. Same thing.
Yeah, I gotta get these painted before I can paint the wheel doors, the invasion stripes painted, cause they are inside the wheel, you know, the wheel door is inside that, so.
Yeah. Part of them is anyway. It'd be like
Yep,
this one color and that little bit of another color.
yep. That repair came out really good. Really good. This is kind of choppy back or whatever. Not much I can do.
You made that tail wheel removable and then you could have gotten in there.
Yeah. Think it's about ready?
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're gonna go to lunch. After lunch, we'll do the reveal on this checkerboard. Look for us in about half an hour, 45 minutes. We'll see you then. Let's go, Brandon. See ya.